Yeah,
method.
good afternoon, madam.
Thank you for coming. My name is AC, and I'll be taking you for the course. Unfortunately, I don't feel too well, so please pardon me if my voice is not as strong as it should be. So the class,
Okay, we'll
yes,
manage.
yes, the class is research methods, and my task is to teach you both the theoretical bits, the rationale, as well as how you can conduct your own research, which is part of the requirements for finishing your master's program at GCTU. So the approach that I intend to take with this course is that as I teach, you will have the opportunity to actually practice what I have taught. So it's a model of learning by doing. That means that the students will be given a number of tasks to perform as the semester goes on. As this is a master's program, I expect that most of you or all of you have some basic understanding of how the university system works. So for instance, when you are in class, I expect that you have your notebook and your pen, and that you actually pay attention and not be distracted by what's in your surroundings. To that end, I'll plead with you right now that if you are not in a space where you can pay attention, where you can write your notes without distraction, I'll give us approximately the first 5 minutes of the lecture to find ourselves in a space where we can pay attention and where we can write notes. Because when you are distracted for a Zoom class, which is pretty normal, you will not hear. And this is quite a technical course, meaning that what you think should be will not necessarily be. There are certain rules and guidelines we use in the conduct of research, which does not come to us naturally. So it would serve all of us very well if we are paying attention, if we are, not distracted. So if you are driving and listening, if you are cooking and listening, if you are doing any other thing and listening, you will not focus and you will not get all the information. And mind you, we have just about 4 weeks to teach a course that normally takes 3 months. So you do yourself a big disservice if you think that you just put on the Zoom and go and sleep, or you put on the Zoom and go and do something else. So as I'm speaking right now, kindly find yourself in a space where you are able to listen, see the screen clearly, hear me clearly, and write. Because as you're writing, your body and your brain are going to coordinate with each other for you to have a better appreciation of the course. Now, if you go to the LMS, the learning management system for the course, which I'm going to try and share on my screen. And it is my hope that everybody has access to the GCTU Moodle. So let me share my screen so you see it. This is the Moodle, which is our online classroom. And for research methods, this is how it looks like. So when you open the LMS, this is what you should see. You should see a course introduction. You should see some announcements. You should see the study guide. So this document is a structure of how the course is going to be taught. It's an overview. You might call it a syllabus, okay, for the course. So you do well to download this copy and read through it to update yourself with what the course is about. I'll go through it very briefly. I have also attached Creswell and Creswell as well as Kotari. These are the required textbooks for the course. I've uploaded soft copies for your use. Please use these textbooks as your first point of reference in addition to the materials and slides that you will be provided in the course. Then graduate school has a thesis handbook which guides the institutional requirements for thesis work for you. So you need to know what the requirements are. So I've attached the copy of this handbook here as well in the announcement section. So please do well to download all these onto your laptop for easy reference. Now, let's come to week 1. So in this week, which we are meeting today, 15 February, for the first time, my task is to let you know what research is and how it got started and why it is important. So research methods, as I'm about to explain to you, comes from the scientific method. Now, the scientific method is like the umbrella term we use to refer to all the rules and standards we use to investigate any phenomena. And since the 17th century, when what we call the scientific revolution occurred through the work of Francis Bacon and René Descartes. Francis Bacon was an English philosopher. René Descartes, as you can see from the name, was French. And their whole premise was that we could empirically understand and investigate material matter, meaning that everything that exists can be studied in a very systematic and structured way. And so this is the basic foundation for research, the scientific method, the idea of empiricism, the idea of observation and experimentation and logical reasoning. And so when I shift back to our lecture slides for today, you'll see that this scientific method really is the foundation for how research methods has evolved today. So this is our online classroom. This classroom is asynchronous, meaning that as I am teaching on the Zoom, this classroom is active and running all the time. 27 hours, I said 27, my goodness, I'm tired. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So there are tasks, questions, videos, assignments, lecture slides, etc., with deadlines already mounted on the online classroom. From week 1, week 2, week 3, all the way to final week 4. So everything that I'm going to teach you is already uploaded. If you cannot see week 1, the material on week 1 on your LMS, kindly notify Colt that you are having a problem, you are not able to see your course and the materials required for you. So this is the LMS. Download, you can view it on your phone as well, enable notifications so that you don't miss anything that gets posted, you don't miss your deadlines. So I'll go back to the study guide. I hope you can see my screen now with the study guide. Try to push down, so okay. Okay, so please follow up with Cole to ensure that you have access to the online class. class because there are deadlines already that you have to meet. All right. So, give me a minute. Let me share with you the study guide. So the study guide that is currently on the system is from last year, but the information remains the same. The only thing that's going to change is the deadline. So just know that the deadline is different. The deadline for this semester is on the Moodle. So when you get it and download it, this is how it will look like. So the study guide tells you in fact, all the details you need about the course, the name of the course. Of course, I've told you duration, etc. The time, the dates will be different because this is from last year, but the content remains the same. So just so that I can see and tell that you are following, can somebody read the course description for research methods as I've projected on my slide? Any volunteer, you can just unmute yourself and read to the hearing of the class.
Okay, Madam, good afternoon.
Course description.
Good
This
afternoon.
module introduces graduate students to the foundational principles of research design and proposal development. It emphasizes scientific reasoning, literature analysis, and methodological rigor while addressing research challenges specific to procurement, logistics, and finance. Students will complete practical assignments that culminate in a research proposal, setting the stage for thesis writing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lisa. So, just so that I can confirm, the people in this cohort, you are logistics students, are you? Procurement and logistics.
MSc Finance too.
We have MSc Finance.
Finance, procurement, and what other group is here?
HR with informatics, madam.
HR with informatics. All right. So, I will
We
update
also
this
have
to
supply
reflect.
chain, madam.
Yes. So as you can see on the screen, last year, these were the three groups. The only new group to have joined this class is now HR. So research, especially when it comes to the proposal stage, has to be discipline specific, which is why the second part of the course description talks about research challenges with respect to these specific areas. So now instead of 3, it's going to be 4. The new one is HR. And
Hello,
like I mentioned,
digital
yes, please.
marketing.
You have what?
Digital marketing, MSc digital marketing.
So marketing students. Okay, so now we have 5. All right, thank you very much. So regardless of your specialization, what I'm going to teach will apply to you. But when it comes to your topics must come from within the discipline that you are going to get a degree. And I'll explain more in the course of the class. Okay. So the course will be based on practical assignments, and it will culminate in you having a research proposal which is supposed to set the stage for your final thesis. So by the end of our time together, you should have a research proposal that is ready to be given to graduate school. And after that, the system will assign you supervisors, and then you can commence your thesis writing. So it is a practical course in that sense. Now, who can help us with the course objectives? By the way, if you have any questions at any point, please feel free to ask as we move along.
Madam, sorry, it's a bit small. You can just enlarge it or zoom it.
Yeah, so who can take us through the course objectives?
Course objectives.
Mm-hmm.
Understand the philosophical assumptions and research paradigms.
Paradigms, yes.
Paradigms. Identify and formulate viable research problems relevant to their field.
Mhm.
Construct effective research questions, hypotheses, and objectives.
Mhm.
Conduct literature review and develop conceptual or theoretical frameworks.
Mhm.
Design a sound research methodology, including instruments development. Understand data collection, analysis strategies, and ethical practices. Develop and present a draft thesis proposal covering chapter 1 to 3.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. So by the end of 4 weeks, these are the objectives we should have met. Now, research comes from philosophy. If you remember, I mentioned that from the 17th century when Francis Bacon and René Descartes, who we credit with the scientific revolution, gave us the foundation for which we have today. These people were philosophers, and so it is very natural that research has its own philosophical assumptions, and these philosophies actually shape how research is done. So, for example, you will learn that there are 3 approaches to research. Those of you who have done an undergraduate program will be able to you'll be probably familiar with the word quantitative research, qualitative research, mixed methods. These are research approaches. Now, these research approaches did not fall from the skies. There's a reason why they are called what they are, and there's a reason why they are done the way they are, and it comes from the philosophy, which we will learn today. You should also be able to identify and formulate viable research problems. Not all problems are research problems. Not all problems are research problems. So you should be able to figure out distinguish between what is a strong research problem and what is not. You should also be able to put together research questions based on your research problem and title, figure out how to write your hypothesis and your objectives. Now, the roadmap for most research comes from literature. What do I mean? It's like how when you go to church, Osofo will talk about the New Testament in Matthew and say that before Christ was born, Isaiah called it. Isaiah said, somebody was going to come, and that person was going to be called this and that. And that person will come from a place called Galilee, etc., etc. That is literature review. Literature review is just knowing what has been done by other people, what has been said about a subject in the past, right? And so you need to figure out, where do we go for literature? What kind of material qualify as good literature? And how do we cite literature? How do you use it as a roadmap for our work? Methodology, and you can see that the name is in the title of the course, Research Methods. Methodology is the steps and the how of doing the research. And so methodology gives us the tools and the techniques we need to actually complete our research. And then you should be able to, after you've done your data collection, be able to figure out how to analyze it, what ethical issues you should be mindful of. And all these things, if you are able to do all these, you should have been able to write a full chapter 1, a full chapter 2, and a full chapter 3. So these are our course objectives. I will not bore you with the week-on-week schedule, because you can read this on your own time and we will go through them as time goes along. But it is your responsibility as a student to make time and read the material in your study guide. This is a table of all the readings and the pages within the textbook that you find information for the relevant readings, as well as the discussion that will be posted on the Moodle. So nobody can say that, oh, I did not know that there was a task. I did not know there was an assignment, because this schedule tells you exactly what you need to do, exactly where you need to go to get what you need. So this is the study guide. Once again, it's on the LMS. And I do hope that those of you who don't have access will have access soon. So let's come back to week 1, our very first lecture, which aims to introduce you to the scientific method, which I alluded to earlier on. The 3 research approaches, which are, I've already mentioned them. Who remembers? What are the 3 research approaches?
Qualitative, and mixed methods.
Mixed methods.
Very good. How to write your main and your specific objectives, as well as research questions, and the different research approaches and design. So this is our task for today's class. So I mentioned the scientific method. I mentioned that the 2 people behind it are 2 philosophers called they are called what are the names of the 2 philosophers I mentioned, which was also shown on the elements? René Descartes,
Yes.
very good, and Sir Francis Bacon. Sir Francis Bacon was an Englishman, as you can see from the name, and René Descartes was French.
French, yes.
And it was in the 17th century. These 2 people are credited with starting what we call the scientific revolution. And the premise of the scientific revolution was that everything that we can see can be scientifically studied or investigated, meaning that they believed in what we call empiricism, coming from the word empirical. In research, you will see the word empirical a lot of the time. Empirical means that we are using our 5 senses to study things that we can see. What are our 5 senses? The sense of sight, sense of hearing, exactly, the sense of touch, the sense of smell. So anything that can be empirically, anything that we see in our world around us can be empirically studied. This is what their understanding was. So that is the foundation for research. So when you hear the word research, you know that if you did English, you can see that there is a prefix, which is re, right? Before the word search. Now the prefix gives us the idea that to redo something, to renew, to go over, it gives us an idea of repetition, does it not? When you see redo, research, and it also gives you the idea of something that is iterative, meaning that you go, can, 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 as the guys will say, right? You do it over and over and over again. So research is not the type of course where you read it, you read your notes like a newspaper and then you automatically get it. Or the conduct of research is not that type of thing where you can finish in one day. It is a reiterative process because you will have to go forward, come back, go forward, come back. As you are writing your chapters, you are writing chapter 1, but you need to do what chapter 2 requires before you can even write a good chapter 1. So it is a cycle, something that has to be done over and over again. To search is to closely examine, to carefully examine, to test, to try, and to probe. If your coin is missing in the middle of the night, maybe it's a gold coin, We know that the gold coin in Ghana right now is worth about 48,000 Ghana cedis. So imagine that you lose that coin, which is worth 48,000. Even if it's 1 a.m., you will get up and carefully look for it, comb your room from beginning to end till you find your coin. So these two words put together gives you an idea of what research methods is. It is a careful, systematic, patient study and investigation in some field of knowledge. And we do that to establish facts or principles that can be generally applicable. So this definition comes from Grinnell 1993, page 4. Research is a careful, systematic, patient study and investigation in some field of knowledge that we do to establish facts or principles using acceptable scientific methodology to solve problems and create new knowledge that is generally applicable. This is the definition of research methods, these two. Now, you understand careful, systematic, patient. Like I said, research is iterative, meaning that you would go and come, repeat some of the process, come and change things as you go along, as you learn new things. You cannot do research in a hurry. If you do that, you will make mistakes. And you see the word in some field of knowledge. So for example, there are 5 cohorts in this class. Procurement is a field of knowledge. HR is a field of knowledge. Finance is another field. So research must be specific to your area or your field of knowledge. These areas that you are doing your master's in collectively are under business and social sciences. It is different from the physical sciences. Physical sciences include such disciplines such as biology. Who can give me another one?
Chemistry.
Chemistry.
Physics.
Physics. Mathematics. Right? Those are physical sciences. So you are in social science and business. Your fields of knowledge are different. This is to also show you that depending on the field of knowledge you belong to, research might look a bit different. However, they ought look different in terms of the techniques that are applicable to you. However, the foundation and the philosophies that guide research, depending on which research approach you are using, and there are 3 approaches: qualitative, quantitative, and mixed. There are similarities, but the techniques might change. For example, if you are in biology and you want to understand how the human digestive system works, how can you figure out the human digestive system? Well, you could use a cadaver, right? And use, actually extract from a cadaver somebody's digestive tract. So if you go to the lab, you see that they have stored some human parts in formaldehyde, in formalin, to preserve them, and then students can study them. If you want to understand the human brain and you're a biologist, you might have access to actual brain of somebody who is no longer with us, preserved in the lab for students to study. Now, if you are a finance student and you want to understand people's financial decisions, Can you hack somebody's head to understand what the person is thinking? Can
No,
you?
please.
No, please.
No.
No, that is unacceptable and wrong. So our tools will be what? Different. This is where the differences are. So you must be cognizant of the field of knowledge from which you are working. The other thing about the definition is that it tells that we are trying to establish facts or what? Principles. Facts or principle. What is a fact and how is a fact different from an opinion? Who can tell me the difference between facts, principles as one group, and then opinions? What is the difference? What is the difference? Is there a difference to begin with?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so what is the difference?
A
Facts
fact
are not
is established.
debatable.
Facts are not debatable. So,
No.
for example, all things that go up when you throw them must come down. What principle or fact is that?
Force of gravity.
The law of gravity, right? Now, so always remember that in research, we are trying to establish what? A fact. This is why you see at the bottom of the definition, the last part of the definition talks about creating new knowledge, meaning knowledge that we didn't have. That is what? Generally applicable. Because when we think about gravity, do we have Niger gravity and Ghana gravity?
No.
Or when you go to
madam.
the US, when you throw things, they stay in the air because the gravity there is different.
No, please.
So the idea of having what? Generally applicable laws, that is what research must establish. This is very important for us to always remember. So if you haven't written it down, write it somewhere in your notebook that the end game for research methods is that we want to establish facts or principles using acceptable scientific methods to solve problems and to create new knowledge, meaning the knowledge that we did not know before, knowledge that did not exist. But that knowledge is generally applicable. Now, all these are said in context. For example, as you will learn later, when we talk about qualitative research tends to be subjective, not objective. And so with subjectivity, there is a clause about general applicability to be more limited. I'll explain when I get there. But to know that from the onset, the definition of research is that we are doing a careful, systematic, patient study of something in a particular field of knowledge. We do that to establish facts or principles using acceptable scientific methods to solve problems and create knowledge that is what generally applicable. This is the definition for research methods. Do we all understand this definition?
Yes, please.
Yes, Doc.
Who does not understand this definition and wants some clarification? If you don't understand, please speak up.
Doc, please, if you can go over it again.
Which portion?
No, the statement that you made.
So can you see my slide?
Yes, I can see the slide.
Okay. Can you read the first part of the definition from what you see? Can you read from together they form? Hello?
Hello, please. You said, can I read together from?
Read the from together they form a noun describing. Can you read from that portion?
No, please. Maybe that one is down. You have not scrolled up. I'm not seeing that. Okay. Together they form a noun describing a careful, systematic, patient study.
Okay,
And
stop. Do you understand what you just read? Do you understand what you just read, like right now?
I understand. I understand what I've just read.
Okay, can you explain that back to me? Like I'm a 5-year-old.
Okay, so it means that the research is a noun. It's a noun that explains how scientific or a careful way of doing things, is done. That is what the first part, if I want to explain the first part that you said.
Okay, can you read the second line?
And investigation in some field of knowledge.
Okay, so can you explain to me what we mean by field of knowledge?
Okay, so for instance, if you take procurement or supply chain, that careful way of understanding something in, let's say, procurement, supply chain, informatics, something like that. That is a field of knowledge.
Okay, very good. And then the rest?
Undertaking to establish facts or principle.
Okay, can you
So
explain
that in that careful way of understanding or studying something, we'll be able to come out with facts, let's say facts or principle or things that are not different, from Ghana or America or Nigeria, but it's the same. We can apply them in the same everywhere.
And then the second part.
That is research. That's greener further at research is a structured inquiry that utilizes acceptable scientific methodology.
Okay, what does that mean?
Okay, the research is also it's a structured inquiry. Okay, the same study, a careful study into something, into a body of knowledge that at the end of the day it can that's usually acceptable scientific.
So the acceptable scientific method. So I don't understand scientific method. So how would you explain it to me like a 5-year-old? What is the scientific method?
Okay. Scientific method. Okay, studying anything that can be seen, tasted, touched, anything that really is in the physical means.
Okay, so then you can say that the scientific method is an umbrella term that refers to the principles guiding how we study the things that exist in the world. Some people have, over the years, sat down together and realized that, okay, anything that we can see, we can touch, we can feel, can be studied. Anything that we can experience can be studied, right? So the idea is that they have come together to put together some rules and regulations and principles and steps we can actually use to make sure that to get to facts or generally applicable information, everybody should use those steps. Do you understand?
Yes, please.
So the scientific methods is what? A group of what? Umbrella term referring to all the procedures, laws, and established frameworks. That is a body of, it's an umbrella term referring to all those things that we actually use to do the research. Does it make sense?
Yes, please.
So, and the point is to solve problems and to what?
And
solve problems
and create new knowledge that is generally applicable.
Okay, so now do you understand what research method is?
You have made me understand.
We thank God. Yes, Emmanuel, answer, your hand is up.
When I want to understand something that so in research, should we always know the end before we start?
Yeah? What do you mean by should we know the end?
We should know the end results, what we wanted.
That
before
is
we
not
start the
research. If you know the end result already, then it is not you have because it says create new knowledge that is generally applicable. When you say something is new, it means that didn't exist before you did the work.
Exist before, okay. So
Do you understand?
we want to establish a new knowledge. We want to find out.
Yes, you need to figure out something that the people in the past have not figured out about something.
Okay.
So if I look at your topic and I can answer the question, it is not a research question.
Okay.
Yes, Richard Hubo.
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Please, can I say the acceptable scientific methods are qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methods, please?
So those are the research approaches. Now, within those approaches, we still rely on the scientific method to determine how the approaches should be done. Do you understand?
Okay.
So the scientific method gives us the how we should do the thing.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, Pamela.
Good afternoon. So please, I also want to find out if it is possible for someone to do a research on a topic that has been researched on already.
So
is it
that
possible
happens,
like that?
but when you do that, that is a weak research project because you are not bringing anything new. Any research that does not give us any new knowledge. It's not good research. It's just recycling. You understand?
Okay, thank you.
Madam, please, what if it has been researched, but yours is to improve what is already there?
What if the caveat is new knowledge? So what you are bringing, is it new knowledge that we did not know before? If the answer is no, then it is still not research. Yes, Rosemary.
Madam, please, is it something that is like we are trying to discover?
What do you mean that we are trying to discover?
Discovery.
You are bringing forth new information about, it can be existing problems, but whatever you find out at the end of the day must solve a problem and give us new knowledge.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Ishmael Ado.
Hello,
Ishmael Ado.
Madam.
Mm-hmm.
If the definition of research is saying that we must utilize acceptable scientific methods, does it mean outside scientific methods, research cannot be conducted?
Yes.
How so?
Sorry?
How so?
Yeah, to qualify as research, there must be some procedures you follow. It's like saying that you want to be a policeman in Ghana, but you just went and bought your own uniform and you went to stand at the road. The fact that you are wearing a police uniform does not make you a recognized policeman in Ghana. Just because you have a uniform, that's why you'll be arrested and prosecuted, right? So research has its own rules. If you follow it, your work qualifies as research. If you don't follow it, it is not research. It's very simple.
Madam, I think the definition which is including scientific methods in a way is limiting research.
It's not limiting research. Research
In a way,
method and the scientific method, Mr. Ado, these two things were started in the 17th century. Do you know when the 17th century was? You know the year. It's been done from the 17th century up to today. They are established principles, like the principle of gravity is established. You and I, we are not come to figure out new approaches. This has been tried and tested from the 17th century.
But, Madam.
So my task is to teach you what the acceptable scientific methods are. And then your task will be to apply them. Yes, okay. Emmanuel, answer.
Yes, Madam. I want to add up to what a colleague of mine was asking. There may be a research which has already been done. is it to confirm? Can you do another research to confirm what that research has been carried out for?
You cannot
Is
do
it
the same
possible like that?
exact, you can't do the same exact research. You may
I can
want
also
to
do the
do
same.
it. Can I finish?
Sorry, madam. Sorry. You go ahead.
Look at the definition. Create new knowledge, right? So our point is that if it does not solve a problem or create new knowledge that is generally applicable, we are sorry. It can be a journalistic piece, it can be an opinion piece, it can be a blog piece, but it will not be called research. Research methodology, that's why I said it is technical. Do you understand? It is technical. So for example, there are rules for determining whether or not you should use qualitative, quantitative, or mixed methods. There are rules. You can't just get up and use any of them because you feel like it, because your friend used it, because somebody said it is a good idea. No, you should be able to justify your decision. So for example, you are doing a study about something that is new, is novel. Like when in 2019, when COVID started, the first kind of studies that were done on COVID, they were exploratory studies. Exploratory studies go with qualitative research. So the context and the need will determine the approach we use. We don't use feelings. We don't use I think. We don't use any of that. We use what the acceptable scientific methodology dictates. If you are doing a study that is supposed to help us understand what is happening and how widespread something is happening. So for example, how widespread is domestic abuse among Ghanaians living in Jamestown? That will require quantitative study. Why? Because you are looking at scale. And when you are doing scale, you use quantitative methods. That is what I'm going to teach you. So if you can relax and let me carry on with the lecture, you will see that these scientific methods, they have been tried and tested from the 17th century and have been used all over the world. And so now we know that this is what we do. This is what works best in this context. This is what works best in this other context. And our job is to learn them and to apply them properly so that what we produce can be now justified as research and not a journalist's work, a blog post. Yes, James Akyere.
Hello, Doc. Please, is there a time that we'll say that a research done is objective and another time that it is subjective?
Yes, so if you are doing quantitative, the requirement per the philosophy of quantitative research requires objectivity. If you are doing qualitative, you are not bound by those rules and you can do a subjective study. So it will depend. And the answer is yes. Yes,
Thank
Gabriela Asantewajiman.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Please, I wanted to add up to what you were saying to explain to my colleagues about the research thing. It's like they don't really get it. I don't know how to say, but the thing is, there can be an existing research work or a thesis there. But you, after reading that particular existing work, you can see that the person was supposed to maybe do this instead of that. Maybe the person spoke about the outcome or probably how COVID came about. But after reading the person's thesis work, you can equally say that the person was supposed to talk about, let's say, the history or how we ended up solving COVID problems. So whilst after reading the existing thesis, you can see that the person was supposed to add this one. And then instead of you taking the person's work, you can equally add your own, maybe the history of how COVID-19 came about in Ghana, and you use Ghana as your evidence. Probably the first thesis you read was about, let's say, US. You are using Ghana because nobody has done a research on how COVID-19 came in Ghana. So you can use an existing thesis work, but on your own perspective. That is what I want to add.
All right, thank you very much, Gabriela. Thank you. Okay. So the scientific method has certain features and characteristics, and these are some of them, the most important. It is rigorous because it follows procedures. We've already established that the scientific method is an umbrella term referring to the rules, the procedures, the frameworks that we use to conduct research. These are already established. They are there. So it tells us how to do it. From step 1, go to step 2. From step 2, go to step 3. From step 3, go to step 4. It is rigorous in that order because it gives us the procedures and we are expected to follow the procedure. It is systematic because it follows a logic sequence. There's a certain logical sequence that we use. So for example, we don't jump steps or skip steps in our conduct of research. When you are establishing, for example, hypothesis that should support a study, you don't just start with the hypothesis. You start with a research question. From the research question, you do some literature reading, you do some literature review, looking at articles that have been written on the subject over time. And then you can now deduce, based on the literature review, what the hypothesis should be. There is a system. There is a sequence. You must follow the sequence. My job will be to teach you what the sequence is, and your job will be to apply it. It should be valid and verifiable. Valid and verifiable. Valid meaning that it must be correct. So this is why I've told you that there are steps, rules, systems, and procedures. If you don't use those steps, rules, and systems and procedures correctly, your findings at the end of the day will not be valid. We'll throw it out. So you must follow the correct proceedings so that you can come out with the correct outcome. So it's like how in mathematics, you can arrive at the answer, but if your process, your show working is wrong, the whole thing is wrong. So this is the same thinking. There are steps, there are procedures, there are ways to do things in research based on the scientific method. Rachel, Enima, kindly mute your mic. These steps must be followed. If you follow them, you arrive at findings that we claim will be valid, meaning that we will accept them. And then they must be verifiable, meaning that you yourself and other people, if they take your work and look at your steps that you have used, we should come to the same or similar conclusions if we do the same study at the same place. So this is what valid and verifiable means, meaning that you have used all the steps, follow them, used all the procedures so that your findings are valid, which is meaning it's correct, and that if somebody else takes your thesis and follows all the steps you said you use in the same way, they should come to the same or similar conclusions. So that is verified by you, verified by other people. It is empirical, meaning that your conclusions must be drawn based on hard evidence gathered from actual observations, real life experiences. So sitting in your room and filling the questionnaires and running the data does not constitute research. Sending your questionnaires to people who don't qualify or don't meet the criterion for what you are measuring, and they filling the questionnaires and you getting data and you running them, still does not make your work empirical because it is not obeying the scientific method. So we want hard evidence. You must collect actual data. You must speak to actual respondents. Sitting in your room and cooking up answers and typing things from your head into your thesis work makes your work null and void. And it will surprise you that Those of us who've done research for some time, when students cook the data, we can tell. We've done it long enough that we can tell. It must be critical. This means that the procedures that you are using them correctly. Your steps that you are following, there must be no flaws, no errors. So for example, what is an example of an error? Sampling inadequacy. Your population, the people that you should study, the total population is 1,000 people. And then you use a sample of 10, and then you say that you are doing a quantitative study. Your work will be full of mistakes because sampling is inadequate. The rule of thumb for populations 1,000 and less should be at least 10% of the total population. So if you don't obey this law and you go and use a smaller sample than you should, then we say that your investigation is full of flaws, full of mistakes, for which reason we cannot accept your findings. So these are the characteristics of the scientific method. And these are the rules and the characteristics that should also govern the conduct of our research. Any questions on this? Any questions? All right. So hopefully everybody should be able to explain this correctly. My screen has frozen for whatever reason. So I mentioned earlier on that there are some philosophies that govern how we do research. Now, for each of the three approaches I have mentioned, each one of them comes with their own philosophy. Before I go into the philosophies any further, historically, the very first research approach that was developed is the quantitative research approach. It is the very first one. Now, to give you some background, I told you earlier that the field of knowledge or the body of knowledge or the disciplines, we have the physical sciences, and then we have social science and business management. Research started from the physical sciences. So the firstborns of the scientific method can be found in the physical sciences: chemistry, physics, biology, mathematics. Now, if you look at a subject like physics, you see that physics deals a lot with numbers, numerics, same for mathematics. And for using physics as an example, the law of gravity is one of the principles of facts that was established by Sir Isaac Newton. And it is universal, right? The philosophy that people worked with at that time, for which we got the quantitative research approach, was called positivism. So if you read the very old textbooks, sometimes they would even refer to the worldview or the philosophy behind quantitative research. They'll call it the scientific method, because when the scientific method started, it was positivism, which was the philosophy, and the approach was quantitative research approach. So this is the very firstborn, and it was within the disciplines of physics, maths, chemistry, biology, the physical sciences. Now, as societies progressed and knowledge grew, experiments were conducted, and more disciplines started getting added onto what we already knew, we realized that the assumptions for quantitative research did not lend themselves very easily to the study of human beings, human behavior, and human actions. When we're studying, for example, frogs, we could dissect them, but if you want to understand a human being, you cannot dissect the human being. If you want to understand why people behave the way they do, you cannot put them in a lab and tie them to something and observe them, but you could do that to a particle, a stone, a molecule. So over time, it became imperative that we needed other approaches, which is why other approaches such as qualitative approaches emerged after quantitative. And so for many years, we had quantitative research approach, and then we had qualitative research approach. And qualitative emerged because we realized that when we wanted to understand behavior and actions of human beings, the methods that were available to us and the pure quantitative research was not possible. Now, what are the assumptions based on the different approaches? For quantitative research, we've established that the philosophy is called positivism. But you can see on the slide that the word is post-positivism, meaning that what came after positivism. Why? So over time, within the quantitative school, people realize that, okay, quantitative research approach, positivism as a philosophy, says that there's absolute truth of knowledge. Absolute truth of knowledge. It is either black or white. It didn't give room for gray, which is a possibility. And so people felt that no, this traditional notion of absolutes, which positivism had, was not entirely accurate. And that we cannot be absolutely positive about our claims of knowledge. So therefore, the idea that, okay, we believe in positivism, but we don't think that the tenet of absolutes can still hold. And so now the school evolved to become post-positivism, meaning after positivism. So what is the takeaway? Quantitative research was the very first to emerge. The philosophy behind quantitative research is called positivism. However, this philosophy evolved over time. And so currently it is called post-positivism. The difference between the two is that the post-positivists challenge the idea of absolutes. And they believe that we cannot be absolutely positive about our claims of knowledge. Does that make sense?
Yes, please.
So, the positivist or post-positivist worldview, so I'll be using the word post-positivists from now on. They believe in numbers. Numbers don't lie. And so the philosophy dictates that we need to have numeric measures of our observations. Our observations are the things we are seeing, the things we are touching, the things we are experiencing. And that is paramount. They also believe in objectivity, that for a competent inquiry, you must conduct your research without any biases. So your personal prejudices must not show up in how you conduct research. This is why a quantitative research approach tries to limit, for example, the contact between the researcher and the respondents. So they will use a tool such as questionnaires. Questionnaires don't require the researcher to be in the same room as the respondents. Why? Because we know that when people are being supervised, when they are filling the form, they, because of a problem called social desirability, they might not tell the entire truth. If you are interviewing people, people might not tell you the entire truth because they don't want to seem bad in the eyes of the other person. But if you are using a questionnaire, you send the link to somebody, you send the sheet to somebody, you are not there. So the person can objectively answer the questions without interference from you, the person who said the questions. This is just one example. So numeric measures and what? Objectivity. These are paramount for quantitative research. For qualitative research, the philosophy that underpins qualitative research is constructivism. Let's say it's constructivism.
Constructivism.
In some textbooks, you see social constructivism. Social constructivism. Let's all say it.
Social
Constructivism.
So, constructivism, or when we want to say it in another way, the constructivist philosophy or worldview. Another word for philosophy is worldview. This is the supporting philosophy for qualitative research. Qualitative research was the second approach to image. Now, the people whose idea this was believe that human beings seek their individual understanding of the world around them. And they believe that as we go through the world, each individual will develop their own subjective meanings of their experience. So, for example, 20 people can go through a divorce, but each of them will have their own interpretations and meaning of their experiences. But they all went through the same thing called divorce. 5 people can be married. Each of them will have their own subjective meaning of what marriage means. They've all gone through one process called marriage, but it looks different for everybody. Therefore, meanings are varied and meanings are multiple because human beings are complex. The goal of research in the qualitative approach is that we are relying on the participants' perspective of the situation.
It's not.
So for qualitative research, our goal is to rely on what? The participant's perspective of the situation. So who can tell me any 4 differences, or let's say 3 differences between positivism, post-positivism as one group and constructivism or social constructivism as another group? What are the differences? What are the differences between the 2 worldviews? Yes, James, up here.
So with the first one,
It's called, mention the name, please.
the first one, which is the positivism, positivism, and the positivism that is depending on facts, established facts, either black or white, and that one needs measures and others to really establish certain things. When it gets to the constructivism, we are depending on the individual opinions of the people in let's say the population that was used. The sample size was used. Depend on the individual way of seeing something or understanding something. And
Okay.
But before answering this, I was going to ask a question. So,
Mhm.
and that thing is still bothering me in even answering this,
Mhm.
if you permit me.
Go ahead.
If research is to be relied on or relied upon, and
Mhm.
one side is based on the perspective of certain people, individual people, then can it really be relied on?
So that's why we say that this approach is subjective. We know the tenets or how the extent to which we should rely on findings. When we say it's subjective for constructivism, as you can see the word social constructivism, well, the world view is that people construct their own meanings. And that is true. It can be comparable within a specific context, right? But it's not generally applicable to the entire, let's say, the entire universe. When I say universe, I mean if you do a study in Ghana on divorce and you use qualitative research approach, which will be the best to use because divorce is a subjective human experience, then your findings can only be applicable to the Ghanaian context and even the locale where you did your study, if you did it in a particular place. So let's say you did your study among divorced women in Abeka. That means that you cannot generalize your findings to people who live in Mamobi, but you might say that it might be similar because it's the same Ghanaian context. But there is no comparison, or there will be very little comparison without proof to compare it to divorces or divorce experience in the US. Because mind you, once you did a qualitative study where subjectivity is allowed and even wanted, then your findings can only be generalized to that population from which you did your study. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but Doc, isn't this also going to bring chaos?
It will not bring chaos because anybody who understands research, once they know and once you've written that you use qualitative approach, they understand what that means. But on the other hand, if you did a quantitative study where scale is important and you collected data, let's say there are 6 million married people in Ghana, you collected data from 3 million married people, you can make a generalization to the entire population of Ghana based on the kind of research approach you have used. If you use mixed methods, which gives you the opportunity to use both qualitative and quantitative approaches, even more so, because now you have both the quantitative perspective and the qualitative perspective, and your scale is big enough and representative enough of the entire population for you to make a conclusion that is applicable to the entire universe of Ghanaians who are married. So research is technical. We understand matters of research from a technical perspective. This is the fundamental foundation for understanding any research work, which is why I'm starting from here. Yes, Mr. Ishmael Ado.
Madam,
Yes.
what I have to say about the difference, positivism, therefore, can be said to be what actually exists in the universe, and constructivism, therefore, can be said to be what people think exists in the universe.
So, I mean, the differences are about objectivity and subjectivity, right? And my point was that, you see, in research, we are trying to obtain what we call the epistemological and ontological understanding of the world around us. When we say epistemology, who knows what epistemology means? We didn't want to go there because that is
knowledge.
the nature of knowledge, right? So what is the nature of knowledge that we'll get about somebody or something in the world around us? And for us in research, we are saying that how we determine that knowledge is important, which is why we have these approaches. How we determine this knowledge. We also think about reality. What is reality? What is reality?
Ontology.
Ontology. Ontology looks at how we, it's from metaphysics, actually. So this is from the physical side. And we've been trying to figure out, the study of being. How do we investigate the nature of human existence and the human experience? So these are philosophies you can go and read about. This is not the point of the lecture because we don't have too much time. But these are very important concepts to understand when it comes to research. How do we determine what is knowledge? What is the theory of knowledge? How do we determine what is true or what is real? And we do acknowledge that two people can go through the same experience and come away with total different things. All of you are in this class right now. We are in the same class, but everybody is having a different experience. But it's the same class, the same lecture. How is it that we are in some classes, 2 people hate the lecturer, 5 people love the lecturer, 3 people are indifferent? The same objective reality you can see on the slide. I don't know if you can see it properly. There's a tree, and then there are people looking at the tree, and everybody sees something different. Why won't this chart thing go away? Do you see this slide?
Yes,
The
please.
image?
Yes, madam.
What do you see?
Yes, madam.
What do you see?
The woman thinks about money.
The first one also thinks about the tree.
And the one
And
is
the
thinking
middle
about
one
the
sees
apple.
an
Thinks about
apple.
fruit.
The
Yeah.
fruit of
And
the tree.
Are
and the
they
last one
wrong?
feels there's money.
Are they
No,
wrong?
They are not
No.
wrong.
no,
They are
madam.
not.
No,
Please.
yeah,
It
No.
depends. It depends on how they see
no
it.
wrong.
That is how they see. That's their perception.
It depends on what you are looking for when you see the tree.
So it's the same idea that how we determine what knowledge is and how we determine what reality is. For the constructivists, they believe that it's totally subjective. But the positivists believe that, well, everything can be objectively determined. It's like 6 and 9. Depending on where you are standing, you see 6. Depending on where you are standing, you see 9. This is why we have different approaches for different contexts and different scenarios. But we understand, based on how they are done, that some studies, your results can be applicable to the entire population. Some of the studies, they don't lend themselves to entire applicability, and that is okay, because by nature, qualitative research, the philosophy is about subjectivity. We embrace subjectivity. Do we see the difference? As we go along,
Yes, madam.
see how the
Yes.
difference manifests in the methods, in the actual tools that we use. Now, when you are talking about quantitative research, the people that you get your data from, the people you give your questionnaire to, they are called respondents. Let's say it's respondents.
Respondent.
Respondents.
In qualitative research, they are called participants.
Participants.
Even the words that we use, this is why it is a technical course. The words that we use tell us what we are doing. If you are doing quantitative research, you don't go calling them participants. That is the wrong terminology. You call them respondents. So when you are talking, even without telling me which approach you are using, if you say the respondents, my mind should quickly go towards quantitative research. And if you say the participants, then I know that you are talking about qualitative research. We don't do things, somebody will say, by heart in research. The words we use, the steps we use, it's all contingent on the philosophy and the approach. The approaches are contingent on the philosophy. The philosophy dictates how the approach should be carried out. So as you can see on the slide, it says the goal of research is to rely as much as possible on what? Participants' view of the situation being studied. This is what we believe. And so if you want to understand what divorce is, if you want to understand what marriage is, if you want to understand maternal mortality, we should speak to the people who have experienced maternal, the people who have been affected by maternal mortality, like the husbands, like the families. We should talk to the doctors who have lost patients, right? It determines who our participants should be. This is why we learn these precepts before we move. Are we okay? So please
Yes,
open your mind, throw away the
ma'am.
things you
Yes,
think you know
madam.
about research. Research is technical, it is global. This information is global. If you Google it right now, it will tell you the same thing. If you go to school in the US, it's the same thing. You go to China, it's the same thing. Japan, it's the same thing. These are established precepts that we have learned through time, through practice. And it's the same the world over. It doesn't change. Ghana research methods is not different from Legon, it's not different from Nigeria, it's not different from South Africa. The fundamentals are the same. So please, you learn it and you learn when to apply them. Don't let your old, whatever you've heard about research, get in the way of you learning. In school, we learn, we unlearn, and we relearn. That is a progressive human being. So the goal of qualitative research is to rely on the participant's perspective as much as possible. Because reality, which is ontology, we say that it comes from that is for qualitative research. That is what they believe in from a philosophical point of view. Any questions? Any questions? Okay. So there's a third approach that emerged after the qualitative school, and that is the mixed method. The philosophy underlying mixed method is called the pragmatic worldview or pragmatism. Let's all say it's pragmatism.
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 Okay. So the people who are pragmatics, they emphasize the research problem and the research question above all else. For them, it's not a question of half full, half empty, and quantitative, and qualitative, and for them, the most important thing is to look at what best approach to use to understand the problem. Remember, research by the definition is supposed to what? Solve a problem and give us new knowledge. So for them, what tools will help us understand this problem? They are not committed to any one system of philosophy and reality. They will use both, whatever they need from both schools, and they are free to choose the methods. But there is a method to this madness. It's mixed method, but you don't just mix anything anyhow. Even though you are mixing and you are borrowing from both qualitative and quantitative, there is an order to follow in doing the mixed method approach. Now, let me go back. When do we use which approach? I already said earlier that if you are doing a study of a new or emerging phenomenon, something that is recent, that is now happening, there's not a lot of research conducted on that particular thing. Like in March 2019, I said March. In March 2020, the COVID phenomenon was new and emerging. So for new and emerging things that are happening, qualitative approach is often the best. Why? Because by its definition and its approach, qualitative research allows you to use smaller sample sizes. It allows you to conduct what we call exploratory studies. So qualitative is suited in most contexts for phenomena or concepts that we don't have a lot of research done already. It is a new thing that is now coming up in the world. And the third caveat for using qualitative is when we want to understand people's lived experiences of something. So you want to understand lived experiences of somebody about any issue, marriage, divorce, children, raising children, teaching, whatever, learning. Once you want to understand people's subjective experiences of something, qualitative is the best. So what are the 3 conditions for using qualitative research? I've told you 3 conditions for using qualitative. They are
Madam, a new or recent trend.
new or recent trend. Very good.
Yes.
To understand new or emerging trends, and then also to understand lived experiences.
And also when the literature does not have a lot of information about something. So something can be happening in the world. It's been happening since Adam and Eve, but people have not written about it. And you're among the first people to write about it. You still use qualitative. It's among the best to use because we don't have a lot of literature already. It's not, we say that the discipline, the topic is not established in the literature. When I say literature, articles about any issue, we call it together, we call it literature. So research articles that have been written using the same scientific method. Textbooks that have been written by academics and experts. What does not constitute literature? Wikipedia is not literature. Blogs, people's opinion pieces, does not constitute literature. When we say literature in this classroom or in research the world over, we mean peer-reviewed articles that have been written by experts, not Kakundo experts, like experts who have degrees, who are qualified. How do we know they are qualified? There is a system in place where these articles are peer-reviewed, meaning that there are other experts who review it. It's double-blind, means people review people's articles, they don't know them. Good articles come from credible sources. It's all blind. You don't know who is reading the article and checking and verifying it. There's a whole system in place to create the literature I'm talking about. That system has been established for eons. And so we accept information from those sources and not magazine, not newspaper, not Wikipedia, not blogs, not opinion pieces. We mean peer-reviewed, meaning that other experts, more than 1 or 2, have gone through it and said that, yes, the person has used a scientific method. Their conclusions are valid, and so we can accept them. Those are the things we mean, all right? So if a topic has not been studied and established in the literature, you can use qualitative research to do your own study. Does it make sense, these 3 conditions for when we use or when it is best to use qualitative research? Do we all understand?
Yes, madam.
Yes, please.
Now, if you want to do a study on a phenomenon that is already established. Yes, James Appiah.
Hello, Doc. Please, you said there is a literature to depend on when you want to do some of this qualitative research. But in our current dispensation, you see a lot of the bloggers, a lot of content creators and other people having these, making these accessible, more accessible than the these verified and accepted experts. How do we get to know them? Where do we get to know them? Is it any book, anywhere, or you search online? What do you do? What do you have to see to know that this person is an expert, so you can rely on such a document?
Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes, please. It's blank now.
Do
No,
you see my
please, it's
screen?
off. It's off now. Okay.
Okay, now come. Now you have the Google.
Do you see what I have typed?
Google Scholar.
Yes, Google Scholar.
Do you see what I'm seeing?
Yes, please.
So where can we go to for articles?
Google
Google
Scholar.
Scholar, madam.
Now, if you go here, you see this article has been cited by 943 people. Do you see?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
please.
Do you see this has been cited by 165 people? Do you see?
Yes, please.
Do you see that if you go to the top, you have 1.2 million results on this topic within 0.37 seconds?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So are you answered, sir?
Yes, please. I'm answered. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for asking. Okay. When we get to chapter 2, we'll delve more into literature and you'll see where to go, how to determine, even on Google Scholar, which articles are good and which articles we should avoid. Because even on Google Scholar, people put rubbish there. So you need to be very discerning. But at least one of the matrices you can use is to look at the citations and to also look at the journal. There are some journals that are generally accepted to be very good. Routledge, Emerald, Wiley, Taylor and Francis Group, Blackwell. So there are, for your area of expertise, your knowledge domain. Another name for field of knowledge is also called knowledge domain. It means the same thing. For your area, you should go and research the best journals. If you're in HR, you should know which journals are the best in HR. If you are in finance, you should know which ones are the best in finance. There's an index. There's an index, a list of good journals for each area you are in. So you can just Google it, best recognized journals, or you can say Scopus index journals for finance to give you a list. So that whatever you want to figure out, if you go to these lists, you see the names of the journals, you can look for those journals and search for the articles you want. Or you use them as a lens when you go to Google Scholar to decipher which articles we should download and use. There are plugins. I have a plugin in my Google Scholar that ranks the articles. So if it's ranked A, there's a scale, ABS scale. I Google those ones and I ignore the ones that don't have rankings, because that's another way of making sure that you are using the best literature from the best experts. So when we get to chapter 2, we'll look at that in detail. So I've told you about pragmatism. So now what are the 3 research approaches and what are the 3 philosophies underpinning each approach? From quantitative, let's go. We have, what are the 3 approaches?
The qualitative.
And the quantitative, we have
Mixed.
We start from the very top. Which one evolved first?
Qualitative.
Which one evolved first?
Positivism,
Yes.
which is the philosophy
Quantitative.
associated with quantitative method. And then the next is constructivism,
That is
which is the
qualitative approach.
right. And then the third is
Yeah.
pragmatism, which is the
Pragmatism,
philosophy
mixed
behind the mixed method.
method.
Okay. So as I've already told you, these philosophies dictate how the approaches should operate. Okay? And so we have types of inquiry. In some books, they'll say research design per each of the approaches. So, for example, if you are going to do quantitative research, you can either conduct a survey or you can use experimental, it's called experimental, where you do treatment of one group and you withhold for the other group. At your level and within the knowledge domain in which you are working, survey is your friend. Survey is your friend. And what does survey mean? Typically, please ignore the structured interviews over here. Typically, it is for questionnaires. Typically. I'm removing structured interviews so that I don't confuse anybody. So questionnaires are the primary modes for data collection under survey, which is what we use for quantitative research. You can use surveys to collect data across what we call cross-sectional. So, for example, you are doing a case study and then you are collecting data from different categories of people. Or you can do longitudinal studies. So longitude, long, right? That means that you are collecting data over a long period of time. Say you are collecting data over a course of 1 year to 10 years. In fact, most longitudinal studies are averaging sometimes about 5 years. So that is not also for you. But when you are doing cross-sectional surveys, you are looking at data from a specific population at a specific point in time. So most of the studies that you do, because your thesis that you are going to work on, you don't have the luxury of time. You'll be given maybe 1 month or 2 months to finish your work. You don't have the luxury of doing a longitudinal study. You will have to collect your data maybe within a month or 2 at the most. And so what you'll be doing will be most probably cross-sectional, meaning that you are looking at data from a specific population at a specific point in time. February 2026, 2nd to 3rd, 2nd March to maybe 3rd March, April 2026. It's like a snapshot within a specific period of time. So this is what you should concern yourself with. If you are doing quantitative research, you are most likely going to conduct a survey where you use a questionnaire to collect your data from your population at a specific point in time. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, if you are doing qualitative research, you have more options. In qualitative research, you can use narrative, phenological, grounded theory, case study, or ethnography. So there are about 5 options available to you. In narrative research, you do that when you want to study the life of individuals, usually 1 or 2 individuals, to provide their life stories. And what happens is that you are going to use interviews as your data collection tool to interview this individual. And after you've done your series of interviews, you now write up in a narrative chronology, meaning that it is ordered by time from the beginning till the end of the person's life story. For example, you want to understand the life of Kwame, despite as the biggest business mogul in Ghana, you want to understand what made despite. You want to study his life as an individual and tell his story from a researcher's perspective. You use narrative. This is the only research inquiry that allows you to have an N of 1, a sample size of 1 for your study. At your level, we will not allow you to do narrative research because even though it looks very simple, the requirements tend to be very detailed. And so we will not, typically the university will not allow you to do a narrative study. PhD students, yes, master students who are doing MPhil at some higher level in some institutions, knows that institutions also have their preferences for the kind of studies that students will conduct. So there are some universities, especially in the Scandinavian countries, they really want qualitative studies. When you come to Ghana, most professors in Ghana were trained with quantitative research approach, and so they will prefer that. If you go to UCC, for example, they will say that,
Madam,
yes.
you use a word, Scandinavian. Can you explain it to me? I'm
What?
a bit confused.
Can
You
I explain?
mentioned the English word you said when you go to the Scandinavian countries or something like that. So
Scandinavia,
the first,
Norway, those areas,
okay.
Eastern
Okay,
Europe.
madam.
Mhm. They like qualitative based on the institution. Some institutions, most institutions that I know of, they enjoy qualitative research because it allows in-depth, deeper understanding of issues. Ghanaian universities like quantitative because they like the scale and they think that it's more rigorous and it's more objective. And so they prefer that. So have this at the back of your mind that institutions might have their preferences, supervisors have their own preferences. And so all these things must be considered when you are choosing the approaches as well, aside the technical bit of it, which I have explained to you. So, like I was saying, for narrative research, it is the only one that will allow you to use a small sample size, as small as 1 person for a study. But normally, at your level, you'll probably not be allowed to do it. Phenomenological research, coming from the word phenomenon. In this study, which is under qualitative, your job will be to describe the lived experiences of individuals about a phenomenon as described by the participants who have gone through that phenomenon. Also relies typically on interviews. So if you want to understand the lived experiences of master students with online learning, GCTU, phenomenology will be a good mode of inquiry to use. Then we have grounded theory. In grounded theory, you want to be able to come up with a theory at the end of your work. So if there is a concept or a phenomenon or something that has happened in society, but there is no theory that exists for it yet, and you want to be able to come up with a theory that later on can be tested with quantitative tools, then you can use grounded theory. Now, this is for PhD students because the rigor that is required to conduct grounded theory, you will not have the time to do it. Ethnography is usually in the domain of anthropology. Why? Because in ethnography, you are studying cultures. You are studying people's behavior, the shared patterns of behavior, language, actions of a very intact cultural group, a distinct cultural group in their natural setting over a prolonged period of time. We are talking minimum of 5 years. You use participant observations, meaning that typically the anthropologist, who's normally the person who uses ethnography, they will leave their house and go and stay with the people. There was this woman, she recently died. She was an anthropologist studying monkeys, I think in Rwanda also. And she lived with them. She lived to be about 90, but she was the first person to discover languages used by these primates. I forget her name. I remember Jane something, right? So she spent most of her adult life living with these primates, studying them to the point where she could understand them and speak to them using the animal language. So anthropologists, they will leave their country, their homes, and go and stay within the population they are trying to study. They do that for people. So if, for example, you go and live in the Amazon with, the Amazonians, the people who are living deep within the Amazon forest, who don't have contact with civilization, you go and stay there for a minimum of 5 years. You eat what they eat, you sleep where they sleep, you do what they do, and at the same time, you are collecting data about them, writing your notes, observations. That is ethnography. That is the name of the process. Typically, obviously, given the tenets of ethnography, you cannot do ethnography. You simply don't have the time. Case studies, more applicable to your level. In case studies, you are doing a study of a population bound by time and bound by the activity that you are studying. And so, it allows you to do shorter studies over a sustained or specific period of time. So if you are doing quanti, you can do survey. If you are doing quali, you can do narrative, phrenology, grounded theory, ethnography, or case study. Any question? Yes, James Appiah.
Doc, so with this, for instance, this lady who was doing a study with the monkeys, is it that she was doing it for her PhD, whatever, or she has been paid to go and stay there and do it?
No, it's their jobs. Anthropologists, that is their job. They get research funding to go and do those studies.
Oh, okay.
It's their job, so that's what they do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, welcome. She's called Jane Goodall. Jane Goodall. I think I think she died last year. And she was studying gorillas, so she lived with them. I think it was in Rwanda. I need to check. Yeah, anybody else? There's another hand up. Yes, William.
Yes, madam. I saw experiment under quantitative experiment. Quantitative method. Experimental. Can you please throw more light on it?
Please, who remembers what I said when I talked about experimental? Who remembers anything I said? Anybody to help us from the class? Anybody who heard anything I said? Yes, go ahead. Nobody heard anything I said. Okay, so I said that here it is more for people, for example, in psychology, they can use experimental research because you would, for example, give one group a treatment and not give another. So let's say you want to understand whether or not watching violent games makes young men violent themselves and aggressive. You can decide that for the first group of young men, let's say 10 of them, that whole week you are studying them, you allow them to watch violent movies on the television. And then the other group, which you would withhold this treatment. So that group, you are not going to allow them to watch violent things. You maybe let them watch comedy. And then at the end of the day, you study the two groups by observation and through interviews. Now, this is for psychology students, so you have no business doing this kind of study. I mentioned that for your area or your domain that you are working in, what you will likely do will be questionnaires, because experimental research requires for you to give treatments to one group and withhold it from another. Does it make sense?
Yes, madam. Thank
Yes,
you very much.
madam.
So when we come to mixed methods, we have 3 modes of inquiry, or 3 ways we can do our research design. You can either go the convergent approach, where you will collect both quantitative and qualitative data of the problem at the same time. And then you will integrate the information. That means that after you've collected both quantity and qualitative data around the same time or at the same time, you will do your analysis, and then your interpretation will come from, the integration of the information. So basically, for convergent mixed methods, you are collecting quantity and quality data of the phenomenon at the same time. When we talk about exploratory sequential, anytime you hear the word exploratory in research, your mind should go to which approach? Exploratory, your mind should go to?
Mixed method.
No, your mind should go to exploratory. Qualitative, thank you very much. So that means that you will collect qualitative data first. You will analyze the qualitative data, and based on the questions and the gaps you realize from the analysis of the qualitative data, you will now build a quantitative instrument to go and administer to collect data for the quantitative phase of the data collection. So, as you know, mixed methods is both quali and quanti, but we don't just mix it. If you are doing exploratory sequential, meaning that you are doing the qualitative first, analyzing the data, using the analysis to determine where you need to explore more, where you need to understand more, and then you create your instrument for the quantitative phase to now go and collect the quantitative data. Explanatory sequential is the reverse. So, explanatory, you collect quantity first, you analyze, you will look at your results, and then you will now go and explore the aspects that you don't really understand or the gaps that you have realized using a qualitative tool. So what are the 3 ways to design your mixed methods research? You can do convergence, where you collect both quali and quanti data at the same time. You can do exploratory sequential, where you collect the qualitative data first, and then you collect quanti. Or you can do explanatory sequential, where you collect quanti first and then do qualitative. Any questions? Yes, James up here.
Kindly,
Yes.
kindly assist me or us with an example each of the convergent, explanatory, and exploratory.
So you want to understand, we are doing a study on experiences of students with online learning systems at Ghana Communication Technology. So you are doing convergence, you will hire somebody to help you do your interviews while you interview level or the master's, let's say your class. One person will be collecting quantitative data through questionnaires, while another person, around the same time the questionnaires are going out, they are also doing interviews. So that is convergence. You are collecting the data together. Exploratory sequential. You start by doing interviews with your colleagues who are doing this master's program. After you've collected, maybe you've done 20 interviews and you have transcribed them, you do your analysis. So you analyze the data using whatever tool you want, and you realize that there are certain questions that they come up, they are interesting findings from the qualitative interviews you've done. So now, based on that, you now go and create a questionnaire, which you now send to people to collect data to explain the qualitative findings. Explanatory sequential, you start with questionnaires. So first of all, you give your questionnaires, you collect your questionnaires, you analyze the data. Based on what you are seeing within the data, certain areas come up to be interesting, that you feel that, okay, we need more explanation on this. So based on the quantitative data, you now go and create questionnaires that you use as a questionnaires, interview guide, which you now use for interviews to collect the qualitative data. So it's about the order, which one you do first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other question
Hello,
about
madam.
mixed methods? Yes.
Hello, madam.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, madam, please. So with this one, can we say that the convergence can, unless you have get assistance from other people, but for the rest of the two, the explanatory and the exploratory, a single person can do it alone.
Yes,
Can we
you
draw
can
that line?
do that. You can do all of them by yourself, or you can hire people. It depends on the skill. So for example, I can decide that on Monday I'm doing interviews. On Tuesday I'm doing questionnaires. Still around the same time, same month. Do you understand?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on mixed methods?
Yes. I want to know if it's advisable to use secondary data instead of wasting time going to the
Yeah,
fraud to collect.
I personally prefer secondary data. But when you are starting off in research, it is better to start with primary data so that you build your muscle before jumping to secondary data. However, if you are in a knowledge domain like finance, economics, those disciplines lend themselves, accounting, they lend themselves more to secondary data than to primary. It is easier to get secondary data topics than to work with primary data topics. So your discipline also counts. But I personally prefer secondary data. It's less stressful. Any other question? Okay. So when you go through some of these differences between quali and quanti. I've already explained most of them. We'll now move on to what constitutes a researchable problem. At the beginning, I indicated that not all problems constitute a research problem. So things are happening around us. We have challenges, we have issues. We call those things problems. But in research, when we mention that a problem is researchable or it's a research problem, it is talking about something that, or a situation that can be systematically investigated using evidence, data, something that we will investigate. It's not something that we can guess or can prefer an answer to by just looking at it. All right, so a problem becomes researchable when it can be observed and measured, when it can be investigated beyond personal opinions, when it can be answered with data from an adequate sample, when we can easily link to variables. So, for example, we should be able to see maybe a cause, an effect, a correlation, an association between one thing or the other. So not all problems in this life constitute researchable problem. A research problem asks a question that data can answer. Does it make sense?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Hello,
And
Doc.
your research problem should come from your knowledge domain.
Hello, Doc. Yes,
Yes.
please. We have a 30 minutes break.
Okay. From what time?
So we are coming back 3:30.
Now to
Okay.
3:30.
Now to 3:30. 30
No
minutes. Just
problem.
30 minutes.
All right. You can go on break.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay, so welcome back from the break.
Thank you, Doc.
I've sent through the class reps who are in touch with me the slide that I'm using today in case people don't have access to LMS. So please share it amongst yourselves. I've also put the slide in the chat box on this Zoom call. So if you go to the chat box, it's a file in there that you can download. So I'm showing the wrong thing. Before we went on break, we were looking at what constituted a research problem. There are some features that, or some criteria that must be met to say that something like a problem or a challenge is an actual researchable problem. So there are two scenarios, scenario A and scenario B. Scenario A, can somebody do us the honors of reading the first scenario?
Amma believes students in her university are lazy. She complains that they do not read and are always on their phones. To confirm this, she asked her four roommates if they study enough. They agree that students nowadays are lazy.
Okay. Can somebody else read scenario B?
Kojo has noticed that some students who attend lectures regularly perform better in exams than others. He collects attendance records and exam scores from 180 students across 3 departments. He plans to analyze whether lecture attendance predicts academic performance while controlling for year, level, and program of study.
Okay, so which of these two constitutes a research problem and why? So I want you to type in the chat box either A or B, and then you give one reason for your answer. So everybody type in the chat box whether it's A or B, and then you add your reasoning. So please add your reasoning for your choice. Okay, so the the reps for the following students, it would be a good idea for us to know which cohort you belong to. So when you are joining the Zoom, you may want to join with your full name and then you put in brackets. If it's HR informatics, you put it there so that when I want to give like bonus marks, I can tell which group each individual belongs to. Okay. So most of you have decided that it's scenario B. Is there anybody who thinks that it is scenario A? Okay. Yes, Richard.
Madam, I think it is scenario A because we don't know the number of students in the class.
You don't know the number of students in which class? Say you don't know the number of students in the class. Which class are you talking about?
In the university, yeah. Let's say in the university, not the class, university. We don't know the number. Currently, we don't know the number of students in the university. So if Ahmad believes that they are lazy and she has only 4 roommates, to me, maybe those roommates might be the number of students in the school. They can be more than that. Maybe Ahmad can ask them, ask more than 4 students. Maybe they are the number of students, or maybe the percentage is higher, but we don't know.
So
That's
you
my
said
suggestion.
A is the researchable problem because of the reason you are giving. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Any other? Yes. 2 people raise their hand. I think Pamela and then somebody else. Please go ahead.
Okay, Doc, I think otherwise because as stated in our earlier slide, there are criteria that would enable you to determine whether the problem is a research problem or not. And this entails you probably analyzing the situation or getting the situation through a systematic investigation. You must also have observed the problem and then measured it through gathering data from an adequate sample. And you should also be able to link the variables. And here I can say that we are looking at the performance of students as against whether or not that's a result of they attending lectures or not. And then this, we gathered the data from an adequate sample, which is the 180 people. So the measurement will be where he's able to analyze the data and then come up with the findings. And this is a systematic investigation as a prerequisite to a research problem.
Okay. Was it Pamela? Your hand was up.
Yes, madam. Can I add something?
Yeah.
Data here.
Yeah, go
Madam,
ahead.
so as it, this kind of this scenario can actually be observed and then empirical data retrieved to draw whatever conclusion that he's about, such that collecting the data on those who attend class, and then if that will reflect actually good grades.
Are you
yes,
talking
madam,
about A or B?
Madam B, sorry, B.
But initially you came and said that A was the research problem.
No, madam, I wrote B. Yeah, it's there, Ahinakwa.
Oh, okay.
Ahinakwa B.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
So that explanation is what I'm saying actually right now. Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Richard Hugo, your hand is up again. Richard Hugo, your hand is up again. You can go ahead and speak.
Sorry, madam.
Yeah, Calvin Kumar, please go ahead.
Okay, madam, thank you. Madam, I would also say B, because with B, you could see that there is a proven evidence of the problem, where there has been data collection and also there has been analysis to back the information that has been provided. That is, with due to the attendance sheet, you could see that based on the attendance sheets and the exams record, you could see that these are evidences backing the problem, the research. So I would say B. B is more of a research problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ishmael Ado.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
It is likely for us all to go for B.
Okay.
But I realized something. It says Kojo collected 180. He collected records from 180 students across 3 departments. The total number of students within the 3 departments, we do not know. It could be that each department have more than within the risk for something to be a research problem. Where the earlier, based on our discussion, we were told that to get a sample from the tutor, it must be more than 10%
for
of the total.
quantitative research for populations 1,000 equal or less than one, equal or up to 1,000 people.
Yes, please. We do not know the total number of students within the 3 departments. Compared to scenario A, it says AMA believes students in a university. Here, also, we do not know the total number of students within the university. But what we know that she took sample from less than the 10%, at least more than 10%, which is just 4 roommates. So I was actually going for B, but upon second thought, I see both not to qualify.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Isaba. Yes, Isaba.
Okay. I believe B is a research problem because with A, she concluded, she made an objective statement. She made a general statement with a very small sample size of four classmates. And she said she generalized that students in a university. So it was a general statement. But the sample size is very small. But with B, he made it was a subjective statement. He said some. He didn't make wasn't a general statement. So it was coming from some point of perspective. So I think B is a research problem.
Okay, James Apia.
Hello, okay, Doc. So a good research problem must have objectives. It should be measurable. It should be systematic and based on sufficient data. If you check that of scenario A, based on Ahmed's personal belief and complaint, there is a very small sample, only 4 roommates, and it was also biased and not systematic.
Okay.
If you also check, if you come to, and again, there was no proper data collection on analysis plan, and it was just an opinion. If you come to B, it starts with an observation.
Very good.
It has about 180 sample size. It collects measurable data. That's the attendance and the exam scores. It has some a form of proper analysis. And by this, I see B to be more of a research form than A.
Okay, very good. So it seems that most of us get the drift of what I'm trying to teach. So those of you said is B is more correct. So we are looking at whether or not it's a research problem. As to the adequacy of the methods they are using, we'll come to that later, right? Even though we can use that inferences from that to determine whether or not the problem they want to look at is a research problem. So like the last speaker said, research must start from an observation. It should not start with a biased personal judgment or opinion. So Amma said she believes that the students are least. She had already come to a conclusion before even gathering any
Madam,
data.
please, can you open your screen a bit for us? Thank you.
The purpose. So Alma had a preconceived notion, and then when she spoke to her roommates and they sort of confirmed it, that was it. She did not do a proper investigation. So the people who talked about sample size adequacy are right, because no university will have only 4 students. No university will have only 4 students. I mean, that is common sense, right? She's using opinions from people who are her friends. In research, we don't want bias. We want to reduce bias as much as possible. So we want to collect data, especially if it's quantitative. You learn about simple random sampling. The fact that we want our samples to be randomly selected. We don't want to prejudice our sample. We don't even want to know the people ahead of time. We are so particular about objectivity to the point, especially for quantitative research, that even the way we select samples are random, and there are techniques for doing that. Kojo is using empirical evidence. So mind you, we said that research must be proven by evidence. There should be some data. We are not guessing. You can see that there are two main variables to be studied in Kojo's case. He's looking at attendance and its association with performance. We can see it clearly in the sentence written here. It says, he plans to analyze whether lecture attendance predicts academic performance. So it is clear what we call the independent and the dependent variable are. The cause and the effects. What is, that relationship, that correlation? We want to be able to clearly define within the problem a relationship between two things. He has some quantifiable indicators as well. He's going to use attendance records and what? Exam score sheets. These are matrices. They are objective matrices that he is not controlling, but these are data sources that he's going to use to inform his analysis. We can also see that, and when I treat this in week 3, you see that for Kojo, you can easily draw out hypotheses which can be empirically tested mathematically using descriptive statistics such as median, average, mean, and other. I even use frequency. Excuse me. So Kojo's work lends itself to statistical testing. Amma's problem does not lend itself to statistical testing. Remember, we talked about varied and verifiable. Other researchers can, at least based on this small snapshot, which is not adequate, but we can actually use this understanding to start a study in a different university. So we can replicate Kojo's idea somewhere else using the technique of exam score versus attendance to see whether it is a predictor for academic performance. So these are the reasons why Kojo scenario is more of a research problem and Amma is not a research problem. Who does not understand these two?
Madam, sorry, I had a break in my internet. So if I just summarize what you said. From the beginning, I didn't get your analysis. I had a break in my
Somebody in the
internet.
class who heard me repeat for his benefit so that I also know that others understand. Who can give him a summary based on what I just said?
So basically, what Madam has talked about is the fact that to confirm whether or not what you are going to undertake is a program to satisfy you taking or undertaking a research, you need to follow certain procedures and matrices. So what you see on the screen are some of the matrices you are looking at. The features, the starting point, you're looking at the purpose, the type of data and order. So when you consider the two scenarios, you identify that scenario A even had a predetermined opinion, we did a judgment before even starting. But scenario B had a notice or a cause or has made an observation about what is happening, a reason to why he wanted to conduct the research or undertake the research. So when you take scenario B, for example, scenario B identified a sample size, and the sample size that he identified, to understand also, he looked at a way to analyze it in order to come to a conclusion. So in scenario B, you identify clearly that the researcher or the one to undertake the research do not have control over what it, or that doesn't have influence to manipulate figures or matrices or what will determine the outcome of it. So that is the basic summary of what Madam has said, please. I hope it satisfies.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, clear.
Thank you. Is there any other person who can also summarize based on how they've understood why scenario B is correct? Yes, Mr. Nicholas. Please go ahead, Mr. Nicholas. Mr. Nicholas, your hand is raised. Please go ahead.
Unmute yourself. Yes, not on mute. Maybe he's talking.
Please, we can't hear you. Any other person who also wants to, talk about or summarize why I said scenario B is correct and not A? Yes, James, up here.
Okay, so you said that with somebody like Amma using the data type, she started from opinions of roommates instead of having adequate sources of data, like what could you use, recorded attendance and exam scores. Again, she was biased using friends. And no university can have a sample size of 4. It's almost impossible. It's impossible, not almost impossible. So that can also not suffice. Then the kind of variables defined. If you check with that of Kojo, it has an independent, that's with an attendance, then also with the independent kind of variables used. That's the attendance, who had nothing to do with the performance, the performance. But with the AMA, there was nothing like that. Again, when it comes to the ability to test, you cannot scientifically test that of AMA. But if you check the way...
Statistically.
Yeah, scientifically. Or am I wrong?
Statistics using mathematics, inferential and descriptive stats.
Yeah, but if you check that of Kojo, it can be statistically tested. That's scientifically tested, but that of AMA is not.
Okay.
And yeah, then that is it. That is it. I'm sure this will make it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is there any other person who would like to talk?
Yes, madam, me again.
Yes.
I wanted to put in this scenario because from the two scenario, it seems Amma begins with a personal judgment, as clearly stated. What if maybe from his head department, maybe he has maybe about 4 departments, and she saw that students are actually lazy, and without belief, just she assumed. What if she assumed? Instead of using 4 people of her friends, she uses about 20 or 100 from the department. In that scenario, these two scenarios, what are you going to say? Is it not going to turn into?
So you cannot start research with a preconceived judgment. That is a fundamental error. When you do that, you bias yourself and you don't obey the rule that calls for objectivity as much as is required, especially if you are doing a quantitative-based research. If she expands the sample, that is Fair enough. But that alone
The parameters are more
does
than
not
just a
fix
sample.
her problem. What?
So sorry, madam. I said there are a lot of parameters, not just the sample.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Veronica. There are many parameters to be considered. And so you must make sure that you are meeting these parameters as much as possible. Yes, Mr. Kwame Amoakoedu.
Okay, madam, I wanted to add something. I don't know if I am wrong, but I remember during your submissions, you mentioned that before you can even start a research, you should have at least 10% of the sample size. So if we take scenario A, when we take 10%, that's like 0.4, which is not measurable. So I think that alone makes it the scenario A out and scenario B a standable point.
Yes, which is also contingent on the population. So this 10%, I keep saying that there's a caveat for a population equal to or up to 1,000 people, right? So that means that if it's from 2,000 going, different rules might operate. But the basic thing is that, yes, you are right, and Veronica is right. We are looking at a composite, different factors that must be respected. For example, one factor that must be respected, which is not even on this slide, is about the knowledge domain. We don't know the knowledge domain, but in this particular scenario, context, this example, I didn't bring the knowledge domains, so you cannot make an inference or a comparison. Do you understand? So that you understand what I am talking about, each person on the call right now, look at your domain, your area, come up with one researchable problem and see how this actually works in real life. Then you see your smoothness level. Because anytime I've done this exercise, 80% of the students struggle to come up with a researchable problem because they are not thinking about it as a holistic. They are not thinking about it as a holistic, looking at your starting point, the purpose for the research, and the type of data. One way you can make your life very, very easy when it comes to coming up with good researchable problems is to go to Google Scholar. Why? Because if you go to Google Scholar and you type in keywords about a topic you have an interest in, you'll see the direction of the literature. You'll see what people have done in the past. And most good articles, at the end of the articles, they have a section for recommendations for future research. That is a gold mine for new topics. You see, we birth new topics out of the old. So what you want to do is to have an idea what has been done within this area that I am interested in, and what don't we agree on. That means there are contentions within the literature. What we are fighting about, there's a group that found X, another group found Y, and this has been going on for years. So they want to see whether when you do your study, you find Z. I know that geographical context is used as a research gap. So what I'm talking about is called the research gap. It is not the strongest research gap. The study has been done in the US, but has not been done in Africa. So that is why you're doing the study. That is a very weak gap when we come to research gaps. Your work must come out of a gap in the knowledge that we have, a gap in the literature. So it is always a good idea to start your research from the point of what is in the literature, what exists, what does not exist, and how can my work give us new knowledge about what does not exist. Do you understand?
Yes, madam.
So this is the activity we are going to do for the next 15 to 20 minutes. Look at your area. Think about your job. It's good that you are working. Think about issues and challenges that has even been discussed in your classroom with your different lecturers. And then go to Google Scholar and see what has been done in those areas. and areas that people are saying that we need to dig more into this area. We don't know enough about this area. If I could do my research again, this is what I would look at. And then come up with your own research problem and type it in the chat box. So I'm giving everybody at least 20 minutes to do this quick exercise. Yes, Mr. James Appiah.
Doc, I'm having a small challenge with the bias. And I want to cite an example to see if it's what I'm thinking is correct. For instance, if a town is named A, and this town in Ghana, we want to find out the voting pattern when it comes to elections, and the population is about 10,000, so sample around 1,000. However, the big parties, MPP, NDC, are all having more than 1,000. And as a researcher, I go in for 1,000. And unknowingly, they are all of one side.
It's not possible if you use the correct simple random. So that is why I'm saying that there is a technique. When it comes to sampling, it's a whole topic. Under quantitative research, we have stratified sampling, we have simple random sampling, we have multi-stage, we have multi-phase. Depending on the context, you have to use the correct one. And if you use the correct one, you will not have all of them coming from one side. It is not possible.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So the task now is for you to share your research problem, follow the steps I have told you, and share it in the chat. When you share it, indicate your full name and your discipline, because I'll be giving marks for this activity.
Yes, madam. The internet. Can you please go over the question again? Thank you.
Please, who heard the question and can share it with the gentleman who didn't hear? So I know that you understand. The people who heard the question, can you please say it again for the rest of us?
So we've been asked to go to Google Scholar and then look for ideas based on what you are studying. It can be any research problem, and then go and key some of the keywords in there to generate a researchable question or problem, and come and put it on the chat space with your name to see if it is correct. Then you'll be awarded some mark.
Okay, thank you.
Google Scholar. Maybe share. Oh, maybe for you. Google spend there. Scholar. What's your name? Oh, login. Me login as a body. Hey, I have some. What's your question? Ngofun. Ngofun, your question.
Please kindly mute yourself. Kindly mute yourself.
Hello, madam. Hello, madam.
Yes, how can I help you?
Madam, so what I realized is that when you type in anything, it brings out people's work that has already been done.
Yes, so read the people's work and what they are saying they should be done, what has not been done. Go to the last part of their work from their conclusions and see what they are recommending for future researchers to do. You can read go through about 5 of them, and to give you a better sense of what has been done and what needs to be done, what is missing.
So you look out for the gaps in what they've done.
You are looking for the gaps in what they've done. You are also looking for what they are recommending future researchers to do. That is a starting point for new research. Do you understand?
Yes, madam.
Hello, Doc.
Please go ahead.
Please, this is Tony speaking. I sent a message to you on WhatsApp.
You sent me a message on WhatsApp.
Yes, please.
We just went on a break right now, and you say there's another break. There's another break.
Please, no, I didn't know. I didn't know you've already had a break. Just. Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Everyone. Yes, when you finish, please type your topic in the chat.
Okay. Madam, please, my internet went off. So I'm
Please
just
ask your
joining.
colleague to tell you what is going on. Okay, find out from your colleague.
Yes,
Anybody on the call who wants to explain to the gentleman what we're doing, please go ahead. Anybody in the class to explain what you're doing to the new gentleman on the call?
We are developing a research, or we are finding a research problem on our own with the help of Google Scholar. We are supposed to go to Google Scholar, type a keyword in our field of work or in our domain, and go to the conclusion and read the possible suggestions the previous researchers have provided. And in line with that, provide or create our own research problem and type it in the chat box with our names and our course.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So far, I've only seen one topic that meets the criteria. When you are looking at topics to do, it should not be a topic that I can answer or I can prefer answers to by just looking at it. It should not also be an old topic that has been done over and over again, and it should not be outside your domain of expertise. So remember that the one person I've graded and I've given you 7/10, you forward your score to your class rep. So class reps for each of the cohorts, this is what you'll be doing for me. Create an Excel sheet with the names of your colleagues in your cohort. And then you create a column for attendance. You put a date at the top, and then you use the colors green to indicate when people are present and red when they're absent. Now, in the green coloring that you will do, if somebody has a score, 7/10, for example, you will type that score inside the sheet. So if I can illustrate using Microsoft Excel on my laptop, this is what I want to see. I'll give you an example on my machine.
Doc.
Yes.
Please, some of us are not on the court. We joined, I think, yesterday.
So kindly talk to the class reps. It's a nice opportunity to find out who your class rep is, etc., etc.
Okay, madam.
Nana A. Abedu, your topic is not a topic. I can tell you the struggles of human resource with growing employees. We have data on that already. Haircuts will deter people from investing because it sets a bad precedent that when people put their money in government bonds, the government, when it's time to pay out, will not do what they are supposed to do, they will cap it. So that is not a research topic. A research topic or a research problem should not be something I can look at and tell you the outcome. Delays on procurement cycles will affect businesses badly, especially if they are private sector organizations that are relying on the fast movement of goods and services in their value chain. So delay, it's a problem. It's bad for business. You can tell. If you know the answer already, it is not a research problem. The other thing you should know that we should know where your study is going to happen. We should know where the study will be done. Because remember earlier on, I told you that for your level, case studies are best for you because you are taking a snapshot of what is happening in a specific period of time. Compensation, if it's high, people will work well. If it is low, people will not work well. So if you take Ghana Technical University, if people are paid well, they work hard. If they're not paid well, they will not work hard. It's very simple. Deborah Amopokua, you are doing finance, so you have no business per se with social media. Number two, we know established from research that social media usage negatively affects academic performance already. So there will be no new knowledge gleaned from what you want to do.
So, madam, should I go ahead and change mine?
Yes, if I've given you oral feedback or some
Okay.
form of feedback, go and change this and look for a researchable problem.
Okay,
You see that it's not easy. When we were doing it, people were just saying this and this and that. Now do it and see.
Madam, please, you've not read mine.
Where is yours?
Madam, please read my to Miriam.
Patricia Moa, simplify your problem. What do you mean by the involvement of personnel in reviewing them? Please, independent and dependent variable, cause and effects, relationship of one thing with the other. It should be very easy to see from your topic what is affecting what might have a relationship with what. The two, or in fact, maximum at your level, I'll just say do two. One thing or the other. We should clearly see one thing and the other thing.
Madam, you haven't read my email.
What do you mean by digital HR monitoring, employee trust and knowledge? First of all, you have three different things and you're looking at sharing behavior. I don't see the connection. Colin, so.
Madam, please read my name, see if I'm in good standards. Miriam.
I am going through it sequentially, so I don't know whose is what. I'm on the chat page. I can't tell from the voice who it is. So if I finish the class and I haven't said anything about yours, then you can draw my attention.
Please, I'm Steven. Mine came before the digital HR monitoring. I've not heard you read mine, please.
I already gave feedback. I said if the haircut is given, it deters people. So people will not want to invest because they know that the government cannot be trusted. I already said that a long time ago. Your research is to manage supply chain risk and delays. I don't understand. Who is managing? Are you looking at strategies to manage or what? It needs to be clarified.
Yes, madam, strategies to.
So clarify it and write it appropriately.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
Effects of recruitment and selection process on employee turnover and its consequence on organization's profitability. What is the problem? What is the problem at JA Plant for which this topic will be relevant? Miriam Power. What is the observation you've made for which this comes out as a problem?
Okay.
I'm waiting for an answer.
Thank you.
Madam, please, I'll be grateful if you read mine.
Please, using lumping English together does not. What? Go on.
The employee turnover
is high.
I'm talking, madam.
Yeah, I'm listening. You said the employee turnover is high.
Madam,
are you saying that the employee turnover is high? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm saying that the observed result of some lack of training, the motivation is. Yes, please. Hello.
Hello.
So refine it. Refine your topic. Remember that there should be one clear, distinct relationship of one thing to another thing. We don't want plenty things all lumped together. Look for one word that will take care of recruitment, selection, so that you don't have recruitment and selection and its consequences on profitability. No, that is too long. That doesn't lend itself for easy understanding.
Madam, my own.
What do you mean by impact of strategic procurement on operational readiness? What is strategic procurement? What is operational readiness?
Look, please, you made a comment on mine. I've changed it. I wanted to double check with you again.
If you change it, hold on. Let me go through the people who haven't received. I'll be back. Influence of supplier relationship management on service delivery. Where? I said it's better to have us know where the study will take place.
So, look, please, this is mine. This is James. So when you say where, I am looking at the private sector. So when you say where, I don't know whether it should be limited to a certain region, district, or something like that. I'm looking at the private sector.
It should be, we should know where the study is taking place. Where are you going to collect your data?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Madam, please, you can read my Kelvin.
So this is what we are going to do so that we don't spend the entire time on this.
Joint venture.
No,
has been there for long.
Everybody, you go and sit down. You think critically about what you want to do. You go to Google Scholar and look at what has already been done. And then you finalize a problem and a research title. So let me teach the next subject that will help you do this task properly. But at least you have seen that it is not just saying anything. Most problems don't constitute research problems. There's a method to it. And you need to learn by practice. So you practice it till you figure it out. So put a pin on the topics. Let me teach what I need to teach. That will help you further determine which topic you should take. And when it comes to the kinds of research, we have basic research and applied research. Basic research in our context, business and social science, is to help us understand processes. It also helps us to bring out some universal principles that can be applied. And the findings is normally significant for society in general. The context is usually undertaken by those of us in the universities, either lecturers or students. And the choice of topic is determined by you, the students, in collaboration with your supervisor. Depending on the institution you are in and the number of months you have for your program, there's some flexibility with your time scale. On the other hand, we have applied research, which aims to help us understand a particular business or management problem. And that results in a specific solution to a specific problem. And even though all research gives us new knowledge, because applied research takes place in organizations and firms and in businesses that are actually running, it gives us new knowledge to a limited problem, a very specific problem, specific to a particular firm. It gives us more practical value because it helps the organization to, fix its systems, for example, and it's undertaken by both organizations and universities. Sometimes professors in the universities become consultants for organizations, whether they are NGOs, whether they are for-profit organizations. Toyota can come and say, we are having a problem with the efficiency of our machines or our car parts. They can go to KNUST's engineering department and say, can you please come and help us figure out why our machines are breaking down earlier than they should. The objectives for applied research is negotiated. So the person who is paying for the work is the one who will determine what the objectives are. Now in basic research, the students, based on the topic, will determine what their objectives are. And for applied research, normally the client will give you a time frame. So maybe you are collecting data for ECOWAS. ECOWAS will say, I want data on cross-border trade among women. I want to know their experiences. I want to know what they face at the borders. I want to know what customs does to them. And I need this information by March 1st, 2026. These are the TOR, the terms of agreement for this particular study. So research is not just done in the classrooms, it's also done in real life, and it brings real value to organizations. So, research objectives. Now, when you figure out your research topic, if you do a good job, it will be very easy for you to figure out what your main objective is and what your specific objectives should be. Now, normally, the main objective is the overarching goal or the main reason for the research, and it comes from your title, the research topic itself. So, for example, if I'm doing a study on, let's say I'm a sociologist, or let's say I'm in social science, so I'm a sociologist. I want to understand the experiences of women who are crossing the borders of Ghana as they do cross-border trade, right? So that is the problem I want to examine. So my title can sound like this. An exploration of cross-border experiences among Ghanaian women in the ECOWAS region, a study of Ghana's borders. Now, if I'm saying an exploration, it hints to anybody who knows that this might be a qualitative study because the title says an exploration of. I could also say an examination of cross-border experiences of Ghanaian women across trading routes in West Africa. Same topic, I've said it in a different way. When I say examination, it tells anybody who knows that, okay, this is going to be a detailed study, and it might probably be a quantitative or a mixed method study. So what is happening here? Remember when I said the context determines the appropriate approach to use, in addition to all the criteria you already know. The context and the skill also counts for determining even the title and the wording of the title. So when I'm able to determine my title well, then I coin my objectives from the title. So usually the main objective is the same as the title of the work. Then we need to figure out the specific objectives. The specific objectives are the small pieces that together will build the main objective. So let's look on this slide for an example. Let's say that the title of my study is Assessing Customer Experiences at Higher Education Institutions in Ghana, a self-qual analysis of Ghana Communication Technology University. Now, in this title, you can clearly see that my interest is looking at customer experiences in higher education institutions. The context is Ghana. I'm using self-qual, which is a theory, at the same time, a model, a marketing model. This comes from marketing. And the place I'm doing my study, the case study, is at Ghana Communication Technology University. So the title must give me all these details. I can see the two things that I can measure: customer experiences, higher education. Those who know self-qual know that this is about service gaps, service quality. So that tells me that in reading this thesis, I should find something on service quality, which is the main framework. Now, there are certain words we use to write the objectives. It is by force. These are the words we use: identify, explore, examine, assess, evaluate. When you are beginning in research, it is good to know the accepted language. And each of these words are very specific in what they connote or what they do. And they are written in order of difficulty. So identification, or to identify, is the first level. It is very easy to identify factors, to identify causes, to identify challenges, to explore. So before you can explore something, you must know what it is, right? So you should have identified before coming to explore it. Exploration means that it is an initial inquiry. Examination is more in-depth than exploration. Examining something, you are spending more time to critically analyze something. Assess means that you are comparing it to at least more than one thing. So assessment connotes that you will have first identify whatever it was, explore its features, characteristics, examine it in depth, and then now you are looking at it across different levels or perspectives. To evaluate is to compare to a benchmark or an accepted benchmark what should be. So if you are evaluating something, it connotes that you've done 1 to 4. So what is the takeaway? There are certain words we use to write our objectives to make our life very easy. These are the 5 words. They are by force. In this class, this is compulsory. You use these words to write your objectives, no other words. Example, I don't want to see to investigate because you are not journalists or police. When you say to investigate, it connotes something else. When you say to determine, it connotes something else. Determining means that we are using very specific mathematical measures, which you cannot do because you don't have those levels of skills yet. So these are the words that we use. Please, do we all understand the words we are using to write the objectives?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, coming back to this example, you can even see, if you are very observant, you see that assess is in the topic here, assessing. Another way we could have said it would have been assessment. The same way we could have used examine here to say to examine, examining, examination, blah, blah, blah. Whatever level of analysis we want to do, we'll use the appropriate English word. So given this example, it says to what we are using assessment. That means that we are free to use the other 3 to write our specific objectives. Because we are saying to assess, it frees identification, exploration, examination, or identify, explore, and examine as words that we can easily use to write our specific objectives. Remember, when it comes to research objectives, we have the main objective, which is just 1 that you write, and then you write specific objectives, which should be between 2 and 3 at your level. And I'm saying that to make your life very easy, use the higher one to write your main objective, and then the lower ones before the one that you choose to write your specific objectives. So in this example, the title reads assessing, meaning that all the words that come before assessing can be used to write the specific objectives. But the main objective is a repetition of the title. So you can just repeat it as it is, or you can restate it using the same active words, but in a different form. So here you see assessing, here you see the main objective is to assess. But if you look at the rest of the statement, you can see that it is very similar to the title. Do we understand objectives and how to state them
Yes, madam.
Who doesn't understand? Who doesn't understand?
Madam, please, if you can go over it one more time.
Where is your confusion, Mr.? Where do you understand up to?
Oh, madam, Doc.
Yes.
So meaning in the general objectives, after using the access, I was using your what is my screen right now. Like the main objective is to assess customer experiences in higher education institutions using GC2 as a case study. So my specific objectives, so that you've eliminated the access, remaining the rest. So you cannot repeat the same access for specific objectives. Is that what it means?
Ideally, yes.
So in this case, assuming I used the main objective is to identify customer experiences in higher education institution using GCT as a case study, which in my specific objective, I shouldn't. Then I'm going to here. I'm not going to add my specific objective. I'm not going to add the identify. The access will come that you come in place of this.
If you use identify, identify is the lowest. So where will you go from there? Identify, if we are scaling from 0 to 5, identify is 0. So, so then where will you go? Identify is the basic. Remember, I said that this is in order of difficulty. So you start from 0 as your main objective. Then where will you go again?
Oh, okay. Okay.
You understand?
Yeah, I get you.
Okay. Please, when we are teaching and you say you don't understand something, and then the lecturer says, tell me where you understand up to, or show me where you don't understand. It's not because we cannot explain, because we want to know where you have reached so that we can help you to get to where you need to go. But if you don't respond, I have no basis for helping you. So if you ask a question, you will see that I always ask a question back and ask you, read this. What do you understand? Where do you understand up to? If you are not able to give me any feedback, then I don't know what to do. So the person who asked, who said they don't understand, what do you understand up to so that I can guide you from there?
Yes, madam. So I was a little bit confused. But please, can I get from the research the main objectives to the specific objectives, please?
What words do we use to write the specific objectives? There's language we use. So what words do we use?
Madam, identify, explore, examine, assess, and evaluate.
Okay. Can you tell me the difference between the main objective and the specific objectives?
Okay. Okay, so madam, the main objective, from what I get is that it is the specific goal, the specific goals of the research.
It's the main goal, the main goal for the entire research.
And then the specifics are the ones generated or generated from the main objectives. Is that it, madam?
So if you see the picture on the right, what do you see? The picture on the right on the screen. Do you see
madam,
the picture?
Yes,
do you see the picture?
Yes, please.
Do you know what it is?
Madam, the pizza, the whole, and then just a piece meat taken from it.
So the small triangles together make the big pizza. Do you understand that logic?
Yes, please.
So if the main objective is the entire pizza, then the specific objectives are the...
Yes, the small pizza. So they come together. Yes, yes, madam. Very well.
So do you understand the objectives now?
Yes, please, madam.
And I'm saying that there are certain words we use to write the objectives. And these words are ranked in order of difficulty. The easiest is to identify. It's the easiest. And the most loaded is evaluate. So when you are stating your main objective, it is always a good idea to use the highest rank that you want to take care of. For example, in this title, we use the word assess. Assess is number 4 on the list. That means that if we use number 4 as the main objective and in the title, we are free to use the words 1 to 3 to write our specific objectives. Does it make sense?
Yes, madam. Yes. It is this.
Who doesn't understand?
Yes. Thank you very much, madam. This was where so madam, it's okay. All right.
Go ahead, you can ask.
But madam, it's okay. It's okay. So if all right, madam, it's okay. It's okay.
Go ahead. So if
madam, it's okay. I'm figuring it out. Actually, it's making sense. So it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Yes, madam.
So,
Madam, sorry. Please, can you go back to the slide where we have the specific objectives? Identify, explore, examine. Madam, can you go over that portion again? That the evaluation is the most loaded. Then assess.
It is written in order. It is written in order. 1 is the least, 5 is the most complicated to do. Do you understand? Can you see that it is numbered 1 to 5?
Yes, please.
Yes,
and I'm saying that the easiest is to identify. If you're identifying something, isn't it just recognition of something?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
It's English, right? So it's written in order of difficulty. Let's look at another example. This topic says what? The topic that is showing, what does it say?
Assessing, madam, should I read it?
Yes.
Assessing the impact of generative AI on higher education in Ghana, opportunities and challenges.
Okay. Do you see the main objective?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes, madam.
So what is the main objective?
Says the main objective is to study of this study is to assess the impact of generative AI on teaching, learning, and administrative processes in higher education institutions.
Do you see that they are related?
Yes, please.
Do you see that they are using the same wording?
Yes, please.
So, this is an example of one specific objective. Who can read it for us?
Identify the current applications of generative AI in higher education across teaching, learning, and administrative domains.
So do you see that it is still related to the main topic?
Yes, madam.
But what is it doing? You are looking at to identify what? Current application. So are they using ChatGPT to study? Are they using Gemini AI? Are they using Claude AI? Whatever. It's just identification. So what can be a second specific objective? Based on the words I've given you, what can be the second objective? And look at the topic. Exploring what?
The current application of
generative AI.
You cannot explore current applications.
Explore the impact of.
Very good.
Explore the impact of generative AI on higher education in Ghana.
That is very generic. It says specific objectives. You see that it's been specified to teaching. So for example, if you want to now look at only learning or among students, then you can explore among learners only as a group, because you are saying specific objectives. Specific. The more specific, the better. Do we understand what is happening?
Yes.
So what is a possible third specific objective?
Examine. To examine.
Examine what?
The use of generative AI.
The impact.
We've already looked at impact in school. You can't
Examining
repeat it.
the application of genetic.
Examining the application of generative
Madam, Madam,
the effect
Now, you see here, this is a problem because it says opportunities and challenges. If you lump it, we call it double barreling. You should not do that. Your specific objectives must not be double barreled. That's what they say, right? It's the same idea. So one specific objective, we should clearly see what you are looking for. We should not see opportunities and challenges, costs and pros and cons, costs and effect. No, separate them. So one objective can say identify the pros, another can say explore the challenges, another one say can examine the effects. Do you understand?
Yes, madam.
So this here as an example of what we should not do. We don't want you to double barrel your objectives. They should be clear. You should see the independent and the dependent, the one that is acting on the other, clearly one thing acting on another thing, one thing associated with another thing, one thing causing another thing. Are we okay?
Yes, madam.
What is wrong with 4?
The attitude and the perception.
So what can we do to fix it?
We can say assess the attitude whilst we explain the perception.
How can we fix objective 4? You can look for one word that means attitude and perceptions. One word to marry the two. So if you see that some words can be married, then you marry them. You use one word that will mean both attitude and perceptions, or you separate it.
Views.
Sorry?
Behavior.
We can use challenge.
You can use behavior because behavior can give us both the aptitude and the perceptions. So does it make sense?
Yes, please.
So
Yes,
whatever topic you go and choose, do this exercise and see how it will help you think through your topic, because sometimes you realize that you can't even tease out any objectives from the topic that you say you are going to do. So when you figure out what your problem is and you think you have a tentative title, do the exercise of writing out the main objective and the specific objectives. As you do it, it will give you clarity. Then you can reshape it. Now, when you are reading other people's work that has been done from the past, you'll be looking out for their objectives. And the very good articles, you see these words. When you open even the abstract, when you see these words, it will point you to the fact that, oh, these people, this is the objectives for their work. This is the aim for their work. These are another word for this. Objectives are normally for quantitative research. Qualitative research will use research questions. So they might say research questions, right? When you hear objectives, the work is most likely to become quantitative. So this is a very technical course where we use words to mean certain things, to signal certain things. So now you are learning them. Please, if you treat this course like the way you read a newspaper, it will not go well. So the class is over. When you go, you have the slide. Go over them again. Practice them. I'll give you an assignment. Go and think about a topic. Check the literature to see where the research gaps are to come to a very good topic. And then you write your main title from the research problem you think you've discovered. Write the main objective and at least 3 specific objectives. Yes, Ishmael, your hand is up.
Madam, please, you just answered it.
Okay. All right, so if there are no more questions, the class is over. It's 5 o'clock. Have a very good day. Bye.
Thank you.
Madam, please.
Madam, with regards to the
assignment, with the assignment, where should we send it to? Is it through the LMS or?
Yes, through the LMS.
Okay.
Yes, any other question?
Please, some of us don't have access to the LMS.
Please go and talk to the people at Code.
Who is that?
The people who
Please,
work
what's the
at
deadline
Code.
for the assignments?
It is on the LMS.
So please, with regards to the attendance, you said you wanted to show us some Excel. How will you go about it?
So give me a second, please. Where is the motion? Okay, so let's imagine that this is the name of the students, right, in the class. So the class reps, this is what you are going to do. I hope the class reps can see my screen.
Yes, please, we can see it.
Okay. So you insert a column to the right. And let's say Felicia was present in today's class. So you put the date at the top. Today is 15th February 2026. You go to fill with color. And then you put green, meaning that the person came. Now, if she gets some scores during the class, we just type the score 7/10 inside. Let's say the next person didn't come. You fill it with red. The next person came. You fill it with green. So only the greens will have scores. Because I pre-programmed this, that's why it's showing us a date. But this is what I mean. So we have a list with the student's name, and then every time we have class, you do this again. You set another column to the right. And then if the student, let's say this time the person didn't come, it becomes red. The next person didn't come, red again. So that's all, just a way of keeping attendance and track of the scores. Is that okay?
Yes, Doc.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
To find out how the exam will be. Is it going to be an actual exam that we write, or you are going to make us start doing our thesis from this semester?
On your thesis.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Have a good evening. Bye.
You too. Good. Bye.
Please, I would like to know you. Yesterday, I didn't get the slides for the section. Please, where do you post it? Course rep, please. I had 7/10.
What program?
Logistics and procurement.
Oh, okay. I'm in MSc Finance, so unless you talk to your rep there.
Logistics, course rep, please. Where are you?
Finance.
Yes, madam.
Am I on the WhatsApp page? The group.
I don't know whether you're on WhatsApp.
My best suggestion is that why don't we go to our various WhatsApp pages and do that over there? Because over here it will be It will be
Please,
some kind of.
so how would the course rep
That's what
know
we're
those who
doing.
have been given the scores?
No, I think those who have been given the score, you still have to resend it to the LMS platform so that
Yeah,
she will see it
yeah.
there.
I think that one will be.
So when she sees that, she will prompt us. Then we will enter. She will enter, and we will also enter your score.
Okay.
So,
How about the attendance too? How are we going to go by
Yes,
it?
how will you be able to tell that this person was in class?
Every course has its own platform. So I believe the platform there, we will know those who came for lectures. Then we'll just do the attendance there. That's all.
Okay, then let's split and go to our various WhatsApp.
China, what was your question?
Sorry?
Okay, guys, so let me just explain briefly. In terms of the attendance, okay, that's why Doc mentioned that we should put our names with our programs attached to it.
Okay.
So when the course rep goes through the list of participants, it is easier, for instance, for finance to identify all the members in finance who joined the class. The same way with the other programs. That is the only way the class rep can be able to take attendance very effectively. I'm sure she might have also taken her snapshots. So if, for instance, you, the course rep for finance, you would say, for instance, today everybody joined. She would ask questions. How do you know everybody joined? So it is always advised to use our names and then our programs. So I'm sure she will pardon us for today. But for the next class, she'll be very strict on that. So please, let's take notes. Thank you.
And so
I also think that the recording. So you can also rely on the recording as well.
Our names, so let's try to put our correct names and index numbers for clarity.
Class rep, where do we get the slides?
Normally, the slides the school normally sends to us, then we will share with you on your WhatsApp platforms.
The slide
So it will be
posted. It was posted in the chat box. So the slides were pasted in the chat box.
Yes, but I was saying, even yesterday's one, they sent it and we posted it on the platforms.
You mean different courses platforms?
Yes.
So what a platform?
About digital marketing, we didn't get anything.
What I'm saying is, the issue is every course has its own WhatsApp platform, but those that we do joint, like research, we have a platform for research and research matters. We have a platform. Quanti, we have a platform. Financial market and institution, we have a platform.
Oh, then the research platform, I don't have the link. I'm not on it.
Okay, you can send me here. I will send it. I'll send it so that you just join.
Your name, please.
So your number, your name and your number.
My name is Motete.
And your
0592 725280. 5280.
The number again, please. The number again, please.
0592 0592
592
725280.
725380.
I've sent it in there. All right.
Your name, please.
Papa Sam.
Papa Sam, okay.
Yes, sir.
Papa Sam.
On the map.
Yeah.
Papa Sam,
Yes,
please
madam.
put the link in the main platform so that we can all join.
Very well.
We can't take the number one after the other.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Oh, Akyere. I think I am overflow with.
Hello guys, I want a little information. So how do we submit the assignment in case we are done?
Really should use the LMS. You have to use the LMS.
Okay, bro. Thank you. Thank you so much.